Good afternoon, everybody. I am so excited. Corsairs of Umbar has landed, and I am about to start out on this epic new adventure. First thing first, I just arrived in West Bree, and I am now heading to South Bree, and then I'm gonna take a stable to Minas Tirith Midsummer. I've been told that there are two locations to start up this chapter 2 of the Song of Waves and Wind. One is where the previous one left off, which is Imlith Malu. The other one is in Minas Tirith Midsummer, so we're gonna head over to Minas Tirith Midsummer and go see what they have to say. Alright, and sure enough, Gondor is here, and he has a quest for us. I will be making, putting the description in the descriptions below. I'm planning on putting timestamps for the quest that I do, so that people are able to easily navigate if they get stuck anywhere. Alright, so we are actually in Minas Tirith Midsummer, and here is Gondor.
King and Queen will have reached Imloth Melwy by now.
I'm gonna up the volume here, though. Gondor is wide, and the King and Queen will not travel swiftly. They will have reached Imloth Malu by now. Let me speed you upon your way, so you can aid them with utmost haste. Accept this, and it's gonna insta-port me straight to Aragorn. Okay, so we're in Imloth Malu guardhouse. Let's see what he has to say.
I too am concerned about the kindred of the coins.
But whatever power now controls Umbar is beyond the bay. We must first see to the well-being of our people while we have the time to do so. Already we have come to some of the deepest wounds inflicted by the War of the Ring. The Lady Vanyalos dwells here in sorrow. She is the widow of my fighting companion Forlong, who perished on the Pelennor. Her grief is twofold, for she also survives another, her brother Denethor, victim of Sauron's manipulations. Arwen has taken one of the healers who accompanies us, and the two of them have gone to speak with the Lady Vanyalos. Will you tend them and learn if my queen's administrations have eased her sorrow? The hall of Lady Vanyalos is to the east. And of course, there is no quest marker. I hope there's a golden ring. If I remember right, Arwen was up here, so maybe they're in here as well? Looks like it. Yep, there they are. The healer Erith is deep in discussion with Lady Vanyalos and Queen Arwen.
I was just telling the Lady Vanyalos that all clouds will surely pass, even in times of grief.
There will be a new dawning and the sun will shine out in the morn such as you could never expect in the night time, when all seems darkest. It is true that these have been sorrowful days, and many tears have been shed, but it is like I always say, there's a remedy for it. You just have to find the right one. And I learned a great deal about healing remedies when I was just a child in Imloth Malu. Yes, I grew up here, among all these flowers. Did I ever tell you that? It is true. Why, when I was just a girl, I never expected to see much further than just down the hill or past that curve in the road. And wouldn't you know that I went on to dwell in Minas Tirith, and in the House of Healing there would be a great many ailments that would take more than medicine, but also a soothing word or three. It is like I always say.
The Queen and her healer, Eorith, mean well, but they can provide no healing for me.
The Queen and her healer Erith mean well, Miloa, but they can provide no healing for me. Mine is no ordinary grief. This is not the sorrow of a woman whose husband marched to war and perished there, or that of a woman whose brother ruled a city and fell when it burned. The eyes of Lady Vanyalos shine with tears, but sadness alone does not line her face. Her expression is haunted, too, by guilt. Would that I had no part in this. Then might I grieve as does the rest of Gondor. But I have done as they did not, for I dreamed of what would transpire, and I did nothing to prevent it. It is as if I put the axe in the hand of he who slew my forelong, or cast the torch that set aflame the city walls behind which my brother Denethor perished. It is as if I, Vanyalos, did these things, by failing to prevent them.
Not all dreams have the meaning you give to them, Vanyalos.
I'm gonna up the voiceover volume as well. Not all dreams have meaning you give to them, Vanyalos, but my people know well that some there are to whom the Valor granted the gift of foresight. Gift, I say, but if so, it must be an unwelcome one. Vanyalos nods unhappily, and Arwen briefly takes her hand. None disbelieve you, sweet woman. Your dreams came to pass in the way you foresaw, and great is the pain to grieve, especially when the grieving must begin before the loss is suffered. But to think you might have prevented what the Valar showed to you, can you really believe it might be so? Does the Lady of Imloth Malu stand among the ranks of such as they? The expression of guilt on Vanyalos' face disappeared, replaced with shock. Arwen continues, Of course not, my dear. Let me help you ease this burden. Miloa, take this bowl and fill it with water from one of the fountains outside the hall. Then add to it some of the water that falls from the heights in the northwestern reaches of Imloth Malu. This will help to soothe the mind of Lady Vanyalos. Okay, apparently I already have the bowl. I already have the bowl. Okay. Fill it here. And the other one is from the falls all the way up there. Okay. Hey Glass, how's it going? go right. How do we get to the... do some off-roading here. Here we go. Guessing I gotta get to the falls. Yeah, happy expansion day to you as well. Alright, I got my water. Filled my bowl. Right, now we're gonna return to Lady Vanyalos. I'm gonna do that as well. I do have some mount speed boosts that I'm gonna use. There we go. Somebody is leaving blue tracks. I want to know what mount that is. Thanks for opening the door. Who is this in front of me? Jama. Jama Lama Ding Dong. Love it.
Ihido ininhin. Akai thohen.
Thank you, Miloascape. Arwen accepts the ceramic bowl from you, taking care not to spill any of the liquid within. She passes her hand over the water and speaks quietly. That hidu inin hin aketho hand, she says, and hands the bowl to Lady Vanyalos. She indicates the Lady of Losternock should take a sip of the cool waters. When Vanyalos has done so, Arwen smiles. My friend Eorith would tell you no remedy acts as quickly as we might wish, but I hope you will find the comfort you deserve. Grieve for your husband Forlong and for your brother Denethor, but think not to carry the blame of what befell them. In that you are blameless, and the fault lies with Sauron who wove it, or with the Valar who thought such dreams might be of use to you.
Whoa, is this elf magic, my queen?
The water is cool and refreshing, and even as it passed my lips, I confess I felt my burden lift. I cannot thank you enough for your kind words and for this remedy. I will grieve for my family and keenly, but you are right. If the dreams of Vanyalos were present by the powers, none would think her able to turn aside from them, or prevent the horrors so revealed. That would be arrogance unbefitting the Lady of Losternock, or indeed any woman of Gondor. Thank you for aiding Queen Arwen with this ritual of elf magic, Miloa. I appreciate what you have done, and will not forget it. Alright, back to Aragorn to go report in on how this treatment went. Yes, this is right. Up these stairs.
Arwen was able to provide some comfort to the Lady Vonulos. I am pleased to hear it.
But it is no surprise to me. She has always had a rare talent for putting folk at ease, which is only one of the reasons for which I am glad she accompanies me on this tour of our kingdom. She left me little choice, of course, but it will do Gondor much good to see its queen. A new leather jacket, let's see. Ooh, 500. More armor, more agility, vitality, physical. It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Lady Vonulos is not the only resident of Lothonach who grieves the loss of Forlong.
Let's see how this affects. My crit rating is gonna drop. Well, my physical mastery is a 406, but it doesn't have any crit rating. My physical mastery went up a little bit. My crit rating dropped some. But the vitality is really nice, as is the armor. So we're just gonna play with it and go with it. See how it turns out. Right, now we are doing the next chapter. This will be chapter 2, without their lord. Lady Vonulos is not the only resident of Lothonach who grieves the loss of Forlong. He was a most popular figure and treated all the folk of the lands with governance as they were his own children. Sometimes he treated me in this way, despite the difference in our age. Good old Forlong, they used to cheer. We fought together on more than one battlefield, Miloa, and he was always a true friend and big-hearted. Aye, and his frame grew to match. Good old Forlong, alas for war. The people of Lothonach will need to provide for themselves until another lord is raised to the station, and I doubt not they will, but it will take time to replace such a hole as Forlong leaves. Let us travel south to Arnach and see what the people there need. So we indeed did not get a virtue cap raise to 90. I know it was available on Bull Roar, but it is not yet available here. Might be a future expansion we'll be looking at. Okay, we gotta go to the next town. Arnath. I should already have a stable there. Oh, I just rode by the stable master, didn't I?
How can I be of service?
The folk of Arnach stare at King Lesser and his traveling companions. Arnach resident.
Is that the king? What is he doing here?
Have we done something wrong, stranger? What could bring one such as he to our little village? Is he here to punish us? Have we not suffered enough? Oh, if only Lord Forlong had returned from the fighting. He would speak to the king and tell him we have done all we should.
That is King Elisar! Oh, I would know him anywhere.
My family attended the royal wedding, stranger. Well, we were among the crowd, but even at so great a distance I could tell the king and his elf bride would be so happy in each other's arms and would rule Gondor fairly and well. But I did not expect either of them to come to Arnok. He's going to get mud all over his fine clothes. Oh dear, I am so ashamed.
That is the king? What's he doing here in Arnok?
I don't think he's a very good king if he doesn't know what he's supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be picking berries and hunting deer to fill the storehouses, now that the men have come back from the war. He's not going to do that, surely.
What do the folk of Arnok need us to do?
You tell Elessar that some of the folk believe he is here to punish them, as kings and stewards rarely come to the village before, but that others planned to pick berries and hunt for game to fill the village storehouse. I'm not going to punish them. They and their lord did more than could be expected of anyone during these past few months. We will help them with their tasks, my friend, and when we move on, we will leave their storehouse filled. Is that clear enough? Alright, I'll go berry picking. But just 'cause you asked. We go berry picking. I wonder what kind of berries these are. Being eaten by a wolf. Not for long. Alright, there's supposed to be berries over here. Where are them berry bushes? Okay, who ate all the berries? Here's one. Something tells me the spawn rate of these berry bushes are too low. There's a berry bush. And here's another one. And there's a fourth one. So it looks like they're closer to the road and not really centered on the red circle. Like, I'm about to go outside of that original circle to get this one. Now, talk to Elladan. Alright, Elladan, what you got for me, buddy?
This was my berry bush. No, it is fine.
The bounty of all these bushes will end up in the Arnok storehouse. Mind not that I picked the finest berries from this bush before you arrived. While I choose to pick these berries, my sibling is more of a hunter, and brought down a deer not far from here. Perhaps you can start preparing the meat and bring back to Arnok. The deer should be just to the southeast of here. Elrahir, where you at? I'm coming. Some deer jerky sounds good about now. Oh, here's the slain deer, but where's Elrahir? Sleeping on the job again. Oh, here's Arwen. The hunter who brought down this deer steps out from behind a rock. Ah, Arwen did it.
I borrowed this bow from my brother Elrohir. Will you return it to him?
I may be queen, but I think it is more important for the folk of Gondor to see that I work to provide for them as does my husband. Will you return his bow and quiver to him while I finish preparing this meat? It has been some time since I had such a task, but I do know how it is done. Elrahir will be somewhere within Arnok, working alongside my husband. I'm kind of really glad that they have Arwen coming along with this. I feel like that is true to the lore. Oh, my puppies are lying on my feet. I'm trying to get comfortable. Alright. That's better. Oh, Elrahir, I have your bow. Oh, here's Gimli.
Ah, I see my sister has finished with the bow and quiver I lent to her.
I hope she was not too disappointed not to bring down any prey. Oh boy. You tell Elrahir that Arwen is even now preparing the meat from her fruitful hunt, and he laughs. Even after so many years, she has the skill for it. I had thought residing in Imladris these past years might have driven how it is done from her memory, but I suppose it is not so. She need not prove it to me, though perhaps it is the folk of Gondor she thinks needs convincing. Anyway, thank you for the return of my bow and quiver.
Thanks to our efforts, the folk of Arnach will be well provided for in the weeks to come.
I hope this will be of a comfort to them and to the memory of Forlong. Will you speak with Baranor and learn if there is aught else we can do before departing? Perhaps he will have news of villages in Upper Lebanon that can guide our course. Hail, Baranor.
We do appreciate the work you all have done for us. Of course we do.
It is just that, well, the folk of Arnok are a little uncomfortable with their king doing such labor. It is not unwelcome, they are just unused to such things. They have taken hard the death of Forlong. If you encountered him in a tavern, he might buy ales for everyone in the place, and spin tales you couldn't help but believe, no matter how incredibly they seemed. But he was one of us, good old Forlong. This king and his elf queen, they seem well-intentioned, but it will take time for the people to warm to them, you understand? The king wishes to know of news of Upper Lebanon. I have been in contact with Captain Imladir of Tumliden. He says, now the war is over, the refuge is emptying, but slowly. Other than that, I have heard little. Aye, Baranor surely speaks truth. Tumliden must be emptying of refugees now that the War of the Ring has ended, and the people of Gondor return to their homes. I would like to hear how that proceeds, but perhaps we need to bring the company there in its entirety. Flickering title ring. These things have such... I think my Carn-Dûm ring is still gonna be best. I'm gonna hold on to my Carn-Dûm ring for now. Okay. Starting the next chapter. This is gonna be chapter 2.3. High walls, closed doors. I will go with the rest of the traveling party to Pelargir, but I ask that you journey first to Tumliden and speak with Captain Imladir. If he has need of you, do what you can to assist him in my name. When he can assure you that the situation at the refuge is well in hand, then I will see you again at Pelargir. I have much to discuss with Surgon, as you know, and I would prefer to speak with him sooner instead of later. Okay, we are going here, and I do not have a stable for that location, so I am going to make use of my war steed as soon as I get out of this camp. Off to... Oh, I'm not even following the road here. Oh. Great. Come on, Warsteed. Okay, there's the road. I guess this road goes through Arnok. Oh wait, it does. I do have a stable there. That map was just no good. So you can just take a stable to Tumliden if you've already completed chapter 1 of this epic book. Which you would have. Alright, here we go. Tumliden.
Hello there.
No, doesn't feel right. To take the main path.
I cannot tell you how pleased I am that Lady Terenes has returned to Minas Tirith.
Now that the need for safe refuge from the war has passed, but there are fresh difficulties to replace the old ones, Maloa. A group of dwarves has come from Furukzahar with a proposal, but I'm not certain I have the authority to grant it. Perhaps you will speak with them, since you have come lately from the king. You may better know his mind and what he would think of their proposal. They are to the southeast and intend to survey the buildings of Tumladen. Dwarves, you say? Dwarves do tend to like to build things. Let's go hear what their proposal are. Here are the dwarves. Bow.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and I trust you speak with the king's own authority.
The captain with whom we spoke earlier did not, and he spent many words telling us so, wasting his time and our own. I am pleased you have taken his place. My fellows and I were sent here by Hamisar, ruler of the Temamir folk who dwell in Furukzahar, stronghold of the White Mountains. Long have we worked alongside the people of Gondor, helping to repair and rebuild their cities, but the recent devastation is worse than any in our memory, and requires a good deal more effort and resources if it is to be made right. To that end, Hamisar wishes to send more crafters and dedicated more blocks of stone to the work. Defari, Centennial, and I have come to survey the needs of this refuge. Can you assure us that King of Gondor will give us appropriate payment from any work we here perform? You tell us, Situm, that King Alessar is known for his fair dealings, and he greatly desires that Gondor be restored. The dwarf smiles broadly. Then he will not regret hiring the Temamir Dwarves of Furukzahar, my new friend. Let us continue deeper into the refuge and see how much work will be required. Survey debris with Tumladen up the slope to the northeast. Oh, here's a pile of debris. Now you emerge from your mountains, of course. Where were you during the war? Defari. Calming dwarf down. Defari scowls angrily at you and the Tumladen resident. Calming dwarf down. Sentinel curses but does not attack.
I hope the King of Gondor appreciates your work on his behalf, for most of his folk may not.
Would they think to aid us if our stronghold was directly threatened, while their own towns and villages were not? I know the answer, though they believe otherwise. Thank you for helping us here. Keep the peace. I will bring my report back to Hamisar, and will tell him that the king has, for now, agreed to these repairs. Our price will be fair, and the friendship between our folk, well, there is more to be repaired than just stone, it seems. Will you convey an invitation to your king on Hamisar's behalf? He is welcome to visit us at Furukzahar at his earliest convenience. After all, it is one thing to do business between reliable intermediaries such as you and I, but when rulers can meet face to face, it seems to me much more that can be accomplished, better and more quickly. Good day to you, my friend. Alright, let's go talk to that captain again and let him know all is in order. love seeing my XP bar going orange again. I don't know. I like leveling, what can I say?
I am not surprised to hear your report.
I am not surprised to hear your report of the dwarves from Furukzahar, for I have heard the mutterings around Temamir. The folk here wonder why the doors of the dwarves remained shut during the war and only opened when the danger had passed. I say they wonder, but that is not the truth. They know the reason, and resent the dwarves for it. Where was this help when it might have saved lives? I know each folk must look first after its own, but we could have used the assistance in Furukzahar before now. It is good you prevented the insults from turning into bloodshed. We have seen enough of it this year, at least, even if the Temamir stayed safely in their mountains and saw none. You go now to see King Elessar and Pelagar. Tell him of the agreement you brokered with Furukzahar, and also that the refuge of Temamir stands strong, its purpose fulfilled, and with good fortune it will not need to be used again for many years. Okay, off to Pelagar we go.
How can I be of service?
Pelagar Eastgate. There is a healer if anybody needs to pick up, like, a Gondor
Gondor has a king again.
which should still be valid, up to level 150. So. Is this a dead end? Looks like a dead end. No. Nope. Nope. There we go. No. Okay, so the path here is blocked? I guess we gotta go around. Okay, there's a barber over here for those that need a C haircut. And then guessing I need to go down another level. Here's some stairs. Here's Elohir and Elidan. Hey Aragorn, what up?
It is good to see you back, my friend. How stands the refuge of Tumladen?
You tell a lesser about the situation in Tumladen and of the expedition of Temamir dwarves that came there to survey the state of the buildings, as well as the resentment felt toward them by some of the Gondorians. I understand their feelings, even as I wish it was not so. Perhaps I should accept the invitation of Furukzahar, Miloa, in order to repair the relations between the kingdom and theirs. But first there is work to attend to in Pelargir.
Ships that were once the pride of Gondor lie now at the bottom of the bay, or burned along the coast.
Okay. Next we are going to do chapter 2.4, Low Tide. Surgon has been showing me the state of the Gondorian navy, Miloa, and I confess to you that it is worse than I feared. The Corsairs of Umbar knew they were to strike, and with precisely how much force, and the ships that were once the pride of Gondor now lie at the bottom of the bay or burned along the coast. It is true we see some of their own vessels, without which we could not have arrived at Minas Tirith in time, but most of those were in poor shape, or are now. We do not know how much of Umbar's sea power has been inherited by the kindred of the coins, but unless it is very little, we have scant hope of repelling it. Should the kindred cross the bay with ships of their own, I have accepted Surgon's suggestion that he step down as the Lord of Lebanon in favor of his son Faltharan. But there is a condition. We must supervise the rebuilding of Gondor's ships, and he must do it with utmost haste. Okay. Go accept. Now talk to Surgon.
My king has done me the great honor of allowing me to step down.
My king has done me the great honor of allowing me to step down, and I will do the best I can to repay him for it tenfold, as will my son Faltharan. Gondor's fleet is at the lowest ebb now, and I hope to restore its glory to such a height as has not been seen in hundreds of years. Perhaps then I shall set sail once again, as I do in my dreams. But I have a task, and it will occupy my every waking moment. My son has his own task, and it involves clearing out some of the unsavory folk that have taken to preying upon the folk of Pelargir. Ships cannot be built without craftsmen, and craftsmen cannot work if they are being burgled and harassed whenever they cross the city. Will you aid my son with his task, and make the port city more safe for my workers and for their families? Defeat brigands, thugs on the western side of Pelargir. Okay. All the way over there. So I am... I think it's gonna be quickest if I go to East Pelargir and take a stable. Mind you, it's probably not much further just to go riding. No, no. That's the side road. Okay, here's a bridge. Let's cross that bridge to the triangle. And then we'll cut across to the north here. We'll take the southern bridge. Oh, there's a bank in case you need a vault. And then over here we've got another healer and supplier. Nope, nope. Dead end. Go back. Alright, I see my first target. I gotta go talk to Faltharan, and he's right there. Shouldn't be too far. Here he is. I do not know if I have the fortitude to follow my father as the Lord of Lebanon.
I do not know if I have the fortitude to follow my father as the Lord of Lebanon, but I will do my duty.
As best as I can. I have begun by trying to stamp out the brigands with whom my brother Lorvegel sought to seize the city, but they are many and well hidden. Some might be allies of the heirs of Castamir, and I have heard whispers that a new power rises in Umbar. I think they might seek to court it, if they can. But my father is right. If we are to resist foes from Umbar, we must repair and rebuild our ships. He planned to show the king how the work progresses, and you should catch up with him at the dry dock to the southeast. Okay, that's a different spot than where we were earlier. Through this portcullis, and then we need to go down here. Oh, it was on the other side. Okay, here we go. King Elessar and members of his traveling party observe the repairs.
The work progresses, but it progresses slowly.
And I fear not as quickly as does the situation in Umbar. Alright, I got a dagger offhand choice here. Let's see this one. Minimum level 141, which I'm not yet. I need, let's see if it's better. It's slightly better than the one I have. So, I'll probably use it. I'm just gonna hold on to it for now.
But I sadly admit that staring at the ships under construction will not speed up the process.
Ah, Umbari Athalas. Okay. That's also level 141. Can't use it yet. Okay. Chapter 2.5. Being neighbourly. But I sadly admit that staring at the ships under construction will not speed up the process. Gondor must now depend on the skill of her craftsmen and the quality of their work, and her king must look to other matters. If the kindred of the coins turns its gaze upon our shores in the next few months, we will need Gondor's fleets, buildings, and quays repaired, but we will also need to repair the bonds of friendship between Gondor and her neighbors. Let us accept the invitation of the Dwarves of Furukzahar, Miloa. We will visit them in the White Mountains and negotiate a fair arrangement between their people and my kingdom. We may need true-hearted allies in the days to come, and Gondor's stonework could use the attention of such as these dwarves. What does my queen say to this proposal?
My husband speaks the truth. If ties of friendship are neglected, they can slip loose entirely.
My husband speaks the truth. If ties of friendship are neglected, they can slip loose entirely. It sounds to my ear that the affection between the people of Gondor and the dwarves of the White Mountains is already strained and threatens to become worse. The king should take a smaller party than the one with which he left Minas Tirith. You should go with him, Miloa, and Gimli, and I suggest too that he bring the company's scribe, Caebar. Should any records be drawn about the meeting between my husband and the ruler Furukzahar, Caebar will have the tools necessary. The rest of the company will stay for a few days in Pelgar, but we will rejoin your small band at Ost-Anglebed and continue onward together.
You will want me along on this mission, of course.
You will want me along on this mission, of course. The Dwarves of Furukzahar are not Longbeards, but you cannot best a dwarf when it comes to speaking with other dwarves. They will want to hear what I have to say, even as they spare not a moment for the king of Gondor. It's true that you don't see Temamir in the north very often, but they did answer the call of the Sixth War of Dwarves and Orcs, and suffered losses as severe as any other house. Their stronghold of Furukzahar is hidden in a cleft of the White Mountains to the north of Pelgar. Then let us be off, and see if the hospitality of Temamir is to be as noteworthy as their wisdom. I got a new title. Kindred to the renewal of something something. Deed bestowed. Respected with the renewal of Gondor. Okay. You must earn respect standing. Reputation changed. Renewal of Gondor. Okay, let's go. Gonna check my map. Gotta go up there. And that is, come on, Furukzahar. I should already have it, so let's just go to the stable master. We go.
Greetings, friend.
To Furukzahar we go.
Welcome to Furukzahar, stronghold of the Temamir in the White Mountains.
All are welcome within, of course, but affairs of state are such that the arrival of the King of Gondor demands a little extra preparation. I ask that you wait until I hear from my brethren inside that you may enter. I do not wish to inconvenience you, but it is also customary to bring a gift when you arrive here. Perhaps some meat from the game that is to be found in this valley. I do not wish to impose a burden upon you, but it will be my great shame if I were to allow you inside without such a gift, and you were thought to be discourteous. I cannot allow that to happen, if it might be prevented.
We are here on a mission of friendship. We will do what custom and tradition demand.
We are here on a mission of friendship, Miloa, and therefore we will do what custom and tradition demand of us. Let us hunt some of the wild game to be found in this valley, and may the Temamir enjoy what bounty we can bring to them. I trust the game animals of this vale are plentiful. Corsairs of Furukzahar? Alright, let's go hunt some animals. Bandits. The crawler meat doesn't count, but bear meat does. Okay, I got all the meat. I'm gonna be taking a quick bio break, so I will be back in about 5 minutes. Alright, I am back and we are carrying on.
Yes, this gift will do nicely. However,
It is good you have done as my people expect, and our ruler Hamisar will be pleased to learn that the king of Gondor does not think himself above such customs as we hold in Furukzahar. Sickle permits himself a small smile, and then shakes his head regretfully. However, it pains me to tell you that we are not yet ready to allow the king of Gondor inside. You will have to wait a little longer. Talk to Gimli.
This is intolerable! How long do they intend to make us wait?
We did not come here to be made to stand on the doorstep like common peddlers. Should any Temamir come to Thorin's halls, would they be kept outside for the merest whim? I think they would not. Elessar gives Gimli a meaningful look, and the dwarf glowers at him. I am sorry, my friend, but this endless waiting is intended as an insult. You cannot see it? Did they not invite the king of Gondor to visit them? Or did they do so in order to slight you in this fashion? No Longbeard would stand for it, and I should think the king of Gondor would have more demands upon his time than would allow him to waste such time as this. Allow me to convey Hamisar's deepest apologies for the wait. He is of course delighted to meet with the King of Gondor and his companions, and regrets only that the meeting has not happened before now. Okay, a new chapter. Chapter 2.6, Dwarves of Furukzahar. You may enter. Hamisar awaits you within. Find Hamisar in the throne room of Furukzahar. Quite impressive. I like the dwarven architecture. Ooh, lots of rings. What does Yared want?
how might I be of service?
You there. You look like you might be the sort who hungers for adventure. Okay, I'm not gonna read all the side quests, but we shall pick them up.
A keen mind is more potent than the sharpest blade.
Before I do any of these side quests, let's first take care of the main quest. Hamisar nods his head to Elessar in greeting.
Welcome, King Elessar, to the stronghold of Furukzahar.
How shameful that our folk have remained neighbors for so long without you coming to visit us here. I mourn that it took the fighting of a war to bring us together, but at least something did so. Hamazar turns his attention to you. I gave my greeting to the king, but of course his companions are welcome here as well. He and I have matters to discuss concerning the ongoing relationship between our peoples, and how the Temamir can best aid in the rebuilding of his kingdom. I would not think to bore you with such matters. I hope you will explore the beautiful corridors of Furukzahar and meet with my folk.
Enjoy yourself, my friend. I will ask Caebar to stay and document the proceedings.
But you and Gimli are free to meet with Hamazar's people. Alright, well, off I go. First things first, this is Yared, and Yared gave me the quest. The stacking game. So we're gonna start with the stacking game. It says, Yared asks you to pick up the pivotal crate and attempt to win the stacking game. Okay. So let's do the stacking game. Picking up the pivotal crate and then win the stacking game by placing the pivotal crate at the winning spot. Maybe oh, it's up there. I guess I gotta figure out how to get up there is the whole trick to this. Okay, I think we're gonna go up here and then up there, then across again, across, and then up, and then bam, we're there. Put it down. Cheers and a few groans erupt from below as you win the stacking game for Yared's team.
The Temamir welcome you.
Very nicely done. You must tell me your name, Miloa. Miloa? I see. It is good to meet you, Miloa. I know this is just a silly game and we should not let it affect us as much as it does, but there was little else for us to do once Hamazar shut the gates. Now that visitors are coming once again to Furukzahar, perhaps there will be less need for us to play the stacking game. Thank you again for helping us to win, my new friend. Winning is not everything, of course, but it happens to me so rarely that I must cherish it when it does. Okay. Next, we're gonna go do this one, which is to find Bezep's lost helmet somewhere in the water channel that runs through Furukzahar. Home is where you hang your helmet. I like the title of that one. Okay, let's see, let's track it. We can. I don't think I can jump down there. Somewhere in the water channel. How do I get down there though? There has to be some stairs. Here we go. Here's the stairs. Alright. Now, we're looking for a helmet. can barely see the shining. Let's change this color. Everybody's here trying to do the same thing. I wonder if it needs to respawn. Ah, you have found Beza's lost helmet in the middle of the cave claw nest. So if anybody is looking for it, it is located at 70.4 south and 35.2 west in Lebanon's valley. I got it. Now we're gonna go talk to Bezaps. Oh. I'll come back for those in a minute. Here you go.
Have you a moment?
What's that? My helmet has been taken by a cave claw, and she laid an egg inside it? That is beautiful, my friend. She is welcome to retain possession of my favorite helmet until the egg hatches, of course she is. We have to protect the nest at any cost.
What is it?
Will you go to the kitchens of Furukzahar and ask Zadok for some wood I can use to make a sign? I will write "keep out" or "quiet please" or something similar on it, and that should keep my fellow dwarfs from disturbing the nest long enough for the egg to hatch. Cave claws are something of a familiar pest in these mountains, and if we do not post a warning sign, I'm afraid the guards might answer these creatures with violence. But she chose my favorite helmet as the best place to raise her young, and that makes me responsible for their safety. Alright, where's the kitchens? I think we were just at the kitchens. Maybe this way? This looks like the mess hall. Maybe this is the kitchen. Dr. Zadok. A delicious aroma of cooking food fills the kitchens of Furukzahar. Quiet, please.
The Temamir welcome you.
We do have some wood here, but it is really intended for the use for the cook fires when a meal has need of wood smoke seasoning. Still, I can spare some for Bezep if he needs a plank or two. He has had some nice words about meals I have made in the past. Help yourself to the wooden planks over there. Wait, it said now you should bring this wood to Bezep by the cave claw nest so he can make a sign. So he's by the cave claw nest. Okay. It looks like I'm riding my horse in water. That's a bug.
What is it?
There is no time for a sign now, Miloa. You have to do something. Tell these dwarves there is nothing to fear. They have to put away their weapons before something terrible happens. Calming the dwarf. And calming the other dwarf. Wait. Finally certain they are safe and not in danger, the creature curl up and go to sleep. Aww.
There is a chill in the air.
What a
and
relief.
I do not like it.
What a relief, Miloa. We will stand guard over these cave claws until their young one hatches, and see that no one threatens them. I'm confident that if we do not raise our swords against them, they will not seek to do us any harm either. How big do cave claws usually grow anyway? Do you know? That is a concern for another time. Right now there is just the one egg, and it should be quite comfortable inside my favorite helmet. It is a good thing I dropped it over the railing, isn't it? I'm very proud of this. My friend, I confess it. Thank you for helping me with this. Okay. Let's go talk to somebody else. Deheni.
A keen mind is more potent than the sharpest blade.
Welcome to Furukzahar. The fortress has not had many visitors of late due to the war in Gondor, but I am pleased to see that Hamisar has ordered the gates open once again. A number of noteworthy visitors has come to the fortress since then, friends from near lands and distant. This is the city of Temamir, wisest of the dwarves, and we have made this home for ourselves far from our ancestral lands. It was not always home to the Temamir. Are you familiar with the Battle of Azunil Bazaar? Yes, the last great conflict in the war of dwarves and orcs. 200 years ago it was, but it was so momentous a battle that it's still spoken of by the clans of the dwarves, including my people. My own father Mulugu fought in it and achieved glory when he was young. I am fortunate he survived the fighting, or I would not be here today. Do you have an interest in history? You should hear my father's account of the battle, from one who fought in it. Seek him by the throne of Furukzahar, for he often goes there to advise Hamisar about matters of importance to our folk. The wise voyagers. Says find Deheni's father Mulugu by the throne. Let's just run all the way up. Maybe he's by the throne? No such luck. Ah, here he is. He's taking a nap? He's sleeping on the job. Mulugu sleeps peacefully on one of the benches. You decide not to wake him. We'll go tell Henny his dad's taking a nap. Probably a much deserved nap. His dwarf was probably up all night hard at work, chopping stone.
Have you a moment?
My father was sleeping? Yes, I should have realized. He is old, and while I treasure his wisdom and the tales he tells, he does spend much of his days sleeping by the throne. Of all the places in Furukzahar, that is his favorite chamber. He told me once it reminds him of this court of King Jegan the Indirect, ruler of the Temamir dwarves. But I promised you would learn of the battle of Azunul Bazaar. More than 200 years ago, all the dwarf clans answered the summons of King Thrain of the Longbeards, and assembled on the very threshold of Khazad-dûm to answer the violence of the orcs with vengeance of our own. My father Mulugu, very young in those days, served King Jegan, and fought bravely among the ranks of her Temamir in skirmish after skirmish. Many of those who followed her have now passed on, but my father Mulugu still lives, as does the king herself. Jegan remains king of the Temamir and our lands far to the southeast. Every clan of the dwarves suffered terribly during the war and at Azunul Bazaar, and King Jegan was not alone in demanding some recompense for the losses her people had suffered. For their service during the war of dwarves and orcs, the Longbeards granted to the Temamir some of the mountain strongholds they could no longer maintain, including this fortress. And so Furukzahar became a home for the Temamir. We have gotten along with the neighboring kingdom of Gondor for many years, and I hope that will continue for years to come. The Temamir have always been the wise voyagers of the dwarves, walking long roads and sailing the vast seas in search of opportunity, quite unlike those of other dwarf families. Like them, however, we are also loyal to our friends and deadly to our enemies. It has been a pleasure to speak with you about my people, and perhaps someday I will introduce you properly to my father. Until then, my fellow student, farewell, my fellow student of history.
Do you need something?
Alright, next quest. One. This quest is called Temamir Hospitality. You are a fresh visitor to Furukzahar. No, do not seek to deny it. Does this mean you have never sampled any of my renowned cooking? You have not lived until you have tasted such delicacies as I and my kitchen provide for the residents of the fortress. You simply must, my new friend, and when you have eaten your fill, you will come back to me and tell me how you cannot believe you have ever praised any other food in all your life. They will seem like swill to you after this day. There is a custom among my people, however. You must serve a meal before you taste your own. Here, I will give you some plates of food to bring to the hall outside. Set them upon the counters so others can help themselves, and then you can have your own meal. I will await your satisfied review. Serving counter 1, 2. It's like a buffet. I had to take a double take at this guy's name, Gurma. It just reminded me too much of Grima. Alright, talk to Gurma.
Hail.
This is the last plate of food? Then it is your by right, my friend. Eat up. What's this emote? Burp. Gurma smells broadly. It was good then? He asks. Let's see how many times I can burp. This was 3. I guess he just has the same response. Okay.
Hail!
I assume Zadok asked you to return to him with your compliments. Can I give you some advice? You nod, resisting the urge to pat your belly. That meal was really something. Zadok does not take criticism well, and if you did not enjoy that meal, telling him so is going to interfere with the running of the fortress for at least a week, as the dwarves who work in the kitchens try to cheer him up. It has happened before, and is not a pleasant thing. I'm not asking you to lie. No, it is simple. If you enjoyed the meal, feel free to return to Zadok with your positive words. But if you did not, can I ask you to share your sentiments with Elam instead? He is usually outside the fortress, looking out over the valley. He taught Zadok the cooking profession, and therefore if he conveys your displeasure, it will not be received as poorly. That is too much trouble, is it, friend? The stomachs of Temamir of Furukzahar, thank you for your discretion. Well, I like the food. Let's go talk to Zadok.
Hail.
You liked it? Oh, I knew you would. Folk are always coming in here to tell me how much they enjoyed the meals I prepared for them. I suppose Elam knew what he was doing when he taught me the finer points of cooking. Sometimes I think I cannot possibly live up to his example, so it is nice to hear such kind words as yours. Thank you for them. Zadok has a spring in his step. It seems the kitchens of Furukzahar will continue to bubble along for another week. Alright, Gulku.
What has brought you to Furukzahar? I hope you do not think to involve us in your wars.
Okay, this is just the continuation of chapter 2.6. What has brought you to Furukzahar? I hope you do not think to involve us in your wars. The Temamir of Furukzahar has always welcomed visitors from other dwarf families, but Hamzar shut the gates for a reason. He did not intend to invite Gondor's war to our doorstep. Let's just make sure there isn't any other quests down here. Doesn't look like it. Oh! That was a lag spike. Okay, this is going to be the armory.
It is good to see you again.
It is good to see you again, Miloa. I did not expect the King of Gondor to accept the invitation to visit Furukzahar so swiftly. It reflects well upon him for respecting the will of Hamzar, and upon you bringing word to him with such haste. I hope you enjoy your stay here, and that King Elisar and ruler Hamzar are able to arrive at a fair and equitable arrangement that will enrich both of their folk. Alright.
Have you a moment?
Jagai has 2 quests. First one is a difference of opinion. We each responded differently to Hamzar's command at the gates of Furukzahar be shut when Gondor went to war. Some, such as myself, continued to do our work without interruption, knowing that one day the storm clouds would pass and we would be needed again. Others, including some of the dwarves who work for me, turned to games to pass the time. Have you heard of this ridiculous stacking game they invented? Ah, I understand it. Even as I think it is needlessly frivolous in such times as we live in. I allow them to pass the time as they see fit, so long as they quickly respond when I have a task for them. And this is the case today. Will you find Yared somewhere here in Furukzahar and tell him that an order has come in for additional rock scrapers? He can give them to you and you can bring them back to me for a reward, of course. Now, these say that I gain legendary item experience. However, which one is it gaining in? I wonder. Here's Yared.
How might I be of service?
My friend Miloa, I'm glad you have returned. You're always welcome here, but what brings you hither? Shagai asks for rock scrapers? Oh yes, they are around here somewhere. They will be in one of these crates if you don't mind helping me search for them. I couldn't find any.
The Temamir welcome you.
I could have sworn they were in one of these crates, Miloa. Yara toys with the end of his beard as realization dawns. Uh-oh.
How might I be of service?
I really like these new voice actors. This quest is a stack of troubles. I think the rock scrapers were stored in the pivotal crate we used in the stacking game, Miloa, but none of the rest of us can get up there to retrieve it. You're the only one who can retrieve them for us. We're all counting on you. Again. Okay. Alright, here we go. You retrieve the rock scrapers from the crate, and once again hear cheers from below.
The Temamir welcome you.
You did it! Thank you for retrieving the rock scrapers for us. Can I ask another favor? When you bring these tools to Shagai, will you please not tell him that the second game made finding the rock scrapers more difficult? He does not approve of it, and while I usually lose the game, I would still miss it if he forbade us from playing it. I'll keep your secret.
What is it?
These are the rock scrapers I requested, and I thank you for them. Now tell me, did Yared cooperate? Did he know where these could be found? And was he able to retrieve them quickly and easily? Ah, never mind. I know Yared and the other dwarves who work for me think I disapprove of their games, but I would not make them stop playing them. I know how important such things are for smooth running of the fortress. What matters is that when work comes in, it is accomplished without hesitation or delay. And here it has been. But do not tell Yared that what I have said to you. Let him and the others think they are getting away with something. A fear that it might take away their stacking game keeps them sharp. Who am I to dull them by letting slip that it is fine? If that must be the relationship between worker and supervisor, so be it. Shagai hums a brief tune and then laughs. If I were not their supervisor, however, and was invited to play, I tell you I would stack my crates the highest. I was very skilled at such things when I was young. Alright.
Have you a moment?
Next one. This quest is weapons unused. You are a visitor to Furukzahar, are you not? You could have come little earlier than this. Of course, for it was the command of Hamasar that we shut the gates and not allow outsiders within the fortress while Gondor was at war. It was a wise decision, to be sure, but it has left me with something of a problem. You see, when Hamasar decreed that no Temamir was to depart the fortress, many of my folk left their weapons lying about. There was to be no need for them, you understand. But now they are scattered all over Furukzahar, and whose job is it to retrieve them? Shagai looks at you with a twinkle in his eye. Why yes, my new friend. You guessed it on the first try. You will be rewarded for this work, of course. Okay. I guess I can go around looking for weapons. As long as you guys didn't turn on us. Okay, here's the last two. So I didn't find any on the kitchen side.
There is a chill in the air.
Thank you.
I do not like it.
Thank you for bringing me these weapons. You know, not all of the Temamir agreed with Hamasar's decision to shut the gates of Furukzahar during the war. Some of us believe that it was wrong to leave Gondor to stand alone, but it was Hamasar's decision to make, and he made it. That is how things have been done for hundreds of years, and our king is far away. Hamasar has the authority in these mountains and in this fortress. Okay, I think I've done all the side quests. We're gonna return to the main quest now. Curiously, you feel a strange sensation as dread approaches. A sensation of dread as you approach the door.
I ask that you wander elsewhere, stranger. There's nothing for you here.
What do you think, Gimli? Curious and curiouser.
Amisar and I have come to an arrangement. During the discussion, something revealed itself to me.
Elisar holds her gaze with a stern eye. Amisar spoke to me of a group arising in Umbar, across the Bay of Belfalas. He says they call themselves the Kindred of something. What was it?
They are called the Kindred of the Coins, Elisar, but feel no shame at forgetting it.
The name is fresh in my mind, for a member of their company visited Furukzahar some weeks ago with a proposal for me. Let's see, some leather boots. Armor more, agility more, vitality a bit less. Finesse way more, physical mitigation nice. Though I'd be losing my physical mastery. We shall see.
This messenger was named Kholtekh, and he belongs to the Kindred of the Coins.
Alright, we are on to the next chapter. Chapter 2.7, Kholtekh the Cunning. The messenger was named Kholtekh, and he claimed that the Kindred of the Coins had overthrown the servants of Sauron who ruled in Umbar. Now the name is it a free city, and seek allies to defend themselves from those who prefer the old order of things, and from Gondor it must be said. It was a proposal of peace and friendship that Kholtekh brought to me. I do not wish to become involved in the affairs of Umbar, so while I did not immediately refuse, nor did I give him the enthusiastic agreement he desired, I sent him on his way. But if he was disappointed, he did not show it when he departed. That was a fortnight ago, and he is likely back in Umbar by now. But we have spoken now for such a time that my throat is parched and my eyes weary. Accept a guest room and remain here for the night. There is no need for you to depart as speedily as did Kholtekh. After all, a room will be provided for you on the eastern side of the fortress, King Elisar, and I trust your companions will take their rest in comfort. What say you to this?
We will accept your gracious offer of hospitality, Amisar.
And I thank you for dealing with the emissary of the Kindred of the Coins, as you say. Gondor does not wish for war, and if Umbar does not offer violence, we will have no need to respond with such. Come, my friends, we will retire to our guest rooms and leave Amisar to think upon the matters we discussed. No doubt he values the friendship of Gondor, and understands the importance of such a relationship for Furukzahar and for his people. Okay, let's go find these guest rooms.
I do not like this. Amisar is hiding something.
I do not like this, Miloa. Amisar is hiding something. I think he would have preferred not to speak to us of the Kindred of the Coins, and had we left him the choice, he would not have spoken of them at all. I believe this Kholtekh came to Furukzahar, but I am less certain the meeting was as Amisar presented it. We should remain on our guard while we are here. Something about the situation does not feel right.
Do you really think Hamisar is lying to the king?
Why
Why
would
would he risk such a dangerous deception?
you do not think he's in league with Kindred of the Coins, do you? I'm just a scribe, Maloa, and not especially accomplished at that. I'm not an adventurer or a hero like you. I left my home in Ethring a few months before the outbreak of war. Ever since I came to Minas Tirith in the service of the city, I have become embroiled in great events I find myself unable to comprehend. It is all very overwhelming to me. What is Hamisar keeping from the king?
That Hamisar is lying to us.
I don't know about what, or why he seeks to deceive us, but I can see it as plainly as you can see the beard on my handsome face. I knew there was something afoot when he made us wait so long on the doorstep. It was not mere discourtesy, it was villainy of some kind. We have yet to discover what type of villainy, perhaps, but villainy nonetheless. Do you think it has something to do with the unpleasant sensation of dread we felt by that door south of the throne room, Maloa? What is Hamisar keeping in that chamber? Investigate the suspicious door south of the throne room. Gimli, what trouble are you getting me into? Oh, the guard is not here. As you approach the suspicious door, a nearby dwarf seeks to attract your attention. Ganger Farwind.
You are a companion of the King of Gondor. Have we met?
My memory for faces is not what it once was, and I am far from my home. I am here visiting, but I believe I have information you should know. Quietly. We should not speak here. Let us meet inside the armory across the water to the northeast. There will be fewer unfriendly ears to hear what I have to say, and the noise of the forges should help to hide our conversation. Ooh, secrets. Tell me more.
When I first arrived here, the Temamir showed me a great deal of hospitality.
And Hamisar gave me his personal welcome. I was most impressed for a while. I have been warmly greeted at every dwarf hold I visited on my travels. Furukzahar outshone them all, but then it all changed. A few days ago, an emissary from the Kindred of the Coins arrived. His name you know, for Hamisar told it to you, but he withheld his epithet, and the folk to whom he belongs. His full name is Kholtekh the Cunning, and he is a dwarf of the Temamir, who hails from some distant land, and yet it was not from Umbar he came, or at least not directly. He came from the west. From conversations I overheard, I understand that he received delivery of some artifact from the north, and he brought it with him to Furukzahar. Hamisar told you this emissary of the kindred departed, but I think he is still here. It is this dread of the artifact he bears that you sensed outside the door where he shelters. I do not know why the Temamir became so cold to me after he arrived, or why their leader lies to the King of Gondor, but I thought you should know. I will speak with King Lesser briefly, if it can be arranged in secret, but I think you should all leave this place before it is too late. Furukzahar may not be safe for you. Yeah, see, and they made me collect them weapons. Well, let's go let Aragorn know something's afoot.
Ganger Farwind was just here, and he told me what he said to you.
I asked him to describe Kholtekh, and he did the best he could. He did say his memory for faces is not what it used to be. Caebar sketched a drawing from the description. Here it is. Looks like a pirate. A dwarf pirate.
My hand shook as I drew the sketch. I may not be cut out for such an adventure as this.
I hope you and the king find the drawing useful. Will you now know Kholtekh the Cunning if you see him? If you will not, the fault lies with me. I apologize to the king, for I am only an amateur artist, but he would not hear it. He is too good for such as I am.
We have no choice now, my friends. We should get as much rest as we are able.
Whatever Hamisar thinks to keep from us, whether it is the continued presence of Kholtekh the Cunning and Furukzahar, or some other deception we cannot reveal it if he chooses to keep it hidden, we will depart in the morning. Rest for now, but lightly.
It is time for us to take our leave, Hamisar of Furukzahar. We thank you for your gracious hospitality.
Chapter 2.8 Snakes in the Grass. It is time for us to take our leave, Hamisar of Furukzahar. We thank you for your gracious hospitality and for your continued friendship. The efforts of your folk on behalf of mine in the days to come will not be forgotten.
I share your hopes for the future, King Elisar of Gondor.
And have this to say as well. As you return to your kingdom and continue the journey about which you spoke yestereve, let caution guide your steps. There are snakes in the grass everywhere. Indeed, even some dwarfs may hold treachery in their hearts, and give voice to things they ought not. I had to send one such troublemaker from Furukzahar this very morning. The long-bearded Gungar Farwind is no longer welcome within these halls. But it is different for you and your companions, King Elisar. You, of course, are welcome to return at any time, should you wish to discuss the continuing relationship of our folk. But remember what I said. Beware of snakes in the grass, for they are more likely to strike when you accept it not.
Fear not, Hamisar. I will remember your words.
Elias gives you a knowing look. Come now, my friends. We shall rejoin the rest of our traveling party at the Hall of Ost-Angelbed, to the southwest. Okay, off to Ost-Angelbed we go.
Unknown caller.
What might I do for you?
Something has gravely upset Gondor and others of the traveling party.
It's terrible. Just terrible. Queen Arwen is nowhere to be found.
Okay, well, I don't use the shield, so it doesn't matter.
I beg you, ask around Ost-Anglabed and find the queen.
I'm gonna take a 5-minute fire break. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's carry on. This is gonna be chapter 2.9. The Queen is gone. I beg you, ask around Ost-Anglabed and find the Queen. The King will never forgive us if we have allowed some harm to befall her. I've not seen my sister today, but I am not worried. Arwen can take care of herself if the need arises. She will be fine. The Queen is gone? What do you think might have happened to her? Do you think she will be alright? What will happen now to Gondor? I've not seen the Queen Arwen today. I hope she is safe. Have you spoken to Ioreth? She sees more than you might think and may know where the Queen has gone. We must not immediately expect foul play, Miloa. The Queen is likely to be fine, but we should speak with those of our company who may have seen her lately. Perhaps Grethel, Afadir, or Irith. They are often together and may have observed without notice what happened to Arwen.
I'm sorry I cannot help you. Unless...
I was in deep conversation with Afadir and Gethril for a few hours ago, and we only learned the queen was missing when we returned from our walk. It was such a nice stroll it was, with the flowers all in bloom. Afadir presented me with the finest one he could find, and Irith trails off, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Do you know, I think it might be sweet on me. Can you imagine? Oh, to be young again. But now that you mention it, while we were out, I did see someone wearing a cloak, very similar to the one the queen prefers, walking northwest of Ost-Angobed in the direction of the river. Do you think she might have gone that way? Most likely. Let's go look for Arwen. There's no way down. Well, there is technically a way down. Isn't this where the River Maiden was? I believe it was so. He found Queen Arwen deep in conversation with Roaming Star. Thought so.
But I hope you will heed my words, Maiden of the Gilrai, and trouble yourself not overmuch.
A life is lived as it is lived, and if we grieve for all that has transpired, or for all that will, we could not bear the sorrow. Let it not weigh too heavily upon you, dear one. Arwen turns to you and smiles. I hope I did not worry the company too greatly, Meloa, but I did not want to burden Roaming Star with the tramping feet of my husband's entire retinue. There were things to be said in private, and I felt certain I could return before Aerith finished her chattering. I saw her from afar, and it seemed she only had recently begun. Even from such a distance, I believe she might have become rather enamored of the groom who keeps the horses.
Arwen has shown me the kindness of the sort I had thought vanished from the world.
I do not know what to say.
If I wore my ranger garb, I could have approached without making any noise.
But these garments are much less suited for walking in the wilderness. I hope I did not frighten Roaming Star with my trampling. Arwen has spoken to me of her desire to meet the Maiden of Gilrain, and I did not wish to interrupt. But I have need of you, my friend.
I have sent the rest of the traveling party on to Linhir with instructions to aid the people there.
Alright. Chapter 2.10. Caebar. I have sent the rest of the traveling party on to Linhir with instructions to aid the people there. You report that supporters of the heirs of Castamir maintained a presence in that city is worrisome to me. Perhaps if we can give the townsfolk what help they need, we will help reduce support for any of that sort to remain. I told Caebar to make a list of notable tasks, meet up with him in Linhir, and learn the content of his catalogue of things that need doing. Afterwards, he is to guide the company through Doran Ernil and into the Ringo Vale. Arwen and I will meet up with you there, or in Lamadon if we meet with delays. Roger, roger. Linhir is down there. We're just gonna come down this way. And I'm gonna get on my war steed. Should be faster. Last time I was in the city, we were, well, prior to chapter 1, we were preparing for war. Oh, here's a quest.
These are troublesome times indeed.
I'll come back. Need to get to the other side.
Oh, I am glad to see you, for I am at the end of my wits.
The king instructed me to make a list of things we might do to aid the people of Linhir, but everyone I asked had a different idea of where to start. Some are concerned about the foes that still stalk Doran Ernil to the west of the river. Others claim the pests that inhabit the town have gotten out of control in recent weeks. Others say the burned timbers that remain in Linhir pose a risk to the health of the citizenry, and some, well, I think some just want to talk. I do not know with which of these things you want to start, but the king did say we were to be comprehensive on his behalf. I will see to the burned timbers, but perhaps you can tackle the other items on the list. Sure. Let's see. Defeat pests and hear concerns of people. Alright, Nimdol. Nimdol is concerned about the increase of pests around Linhir. pests I can deal with. Here we go. Mariel is worried that some of her neighbors have disappeared. Oh, that's not good. Furkarn is not really worried about anything. He's just lonely. I can understand that. We're gonna do this side quest next, because I'm here again. So
These are troublesome times indeed.
this is restoring the lighthouse. Good day, traveler. Word was sent from Dor Ernil. Work has begun on the restoration of the lighthouse that guides the Bay of Balfalas. All able-bodied individuals who can help are encouraged to volunteer. Urkar awaits you at the beacon of Dal Branor. He should have more information for you. He, of course, is over there. Okay. Getting out of this valley, heading to the first spot. Let's head to this beacon. What is it? Is there trouble at Barad Rill? We have vowed to protect these lands and shall not waver.
It is you. The restoration efforts are well in hand in Lean here, and so my attention is needed elsewhere.
Okay, this is the Sons Redeemed. Ah, Meloa, it is you. Well met. The restoration efforts are well at hand in Linner, and so my attention is needed elsewhere. Not since I was ambushed here did I really see the devastation brought upon by the war. My brothers and I have begun relief efforts and plan to restore Dor and Ernil. As fate would have it, your appearance before me is quite fortuitous. The Corsairs have been pushed back, but some still linger in these lands, hindering our ability to transport supplies. Scouts have reported a nearby encampment west of the beacon, full of these lowly thieves. They are the culprits, I am sure of it. Follow the road west and you'll find them. Take care of the lingering Corsairs and find any supplies that may be useful to us. Harian will be expecting them at Parth Rest, his relief camp to the southwest. is the same camp as last time, I believe. Supplies over here. Ah, my first Umbar artifact chest. Nice. What did I get? Nothing up. Maybe look in my craft. Let's carry on. Tattered Umbar parchment. Cool. This respawns pretty quick. Let's go to this little camp here.
The shadow of war is now behind us, and Gondor rejoices.
Ekhar sent you? That is a blessing. After the battle raged here and Linhir was made safe, I established this camp to organize and round supplies through Doran Airneil, all the way to Ringlow Vale.
Please, if you have it in you to help with relief efforts, you would be most welcome.
As you can see, I am overseeing the efforts in rebuilding Doran Airneil. We are making significant progress, and the supplies you brought with you are most welcome.
Okay, the next quest is A Brother's Work. When Urkar sent word ahead of your arrival, I was relieved. As you can see, I am overseeing the efforts in rebuilding Dor Ernil. We are making significant progress in blah. I take it the lingering Corsairs encamped in Turngrobol have been dealt with? You explained to Hirion that they should no longer be of concern. The deed is done then. If you have a moment to aid this camp, speak to Aras. He'll be happy to see you again.
I hope you've been well. My work in Path Rest involves relocating refugees and those who have lost their homes.
The lands of Langboa make for a good home, but it has been overrun by wild crabs. If you could clear the way, homes could be rebuilt and inhabitants resettled. Okay. I'm just tagging along with Sealiger. Nice and crispy. Oh, I need 2 more. He's probably finished. There we go. That took care of it. I guess I could get on my war horse. That's a new ore. Iridescent ore. I wish I could make this gal like a prospector, explorer, and scholar. Now that would be sick.
Ah, your efforts will have significant impact on our ability to relocate the inhabitants of Doran Airneil and those displaced.
You should tell Harion of your success in claiming Langboha for the rest.
It is good to hear that your work at Longboha was a success. Our ability to provide a renewed hope and spirit to those affected by the war will surely take a turn for the better.
You know, I think it is time you spoke to Garver.
Garvir is taken to overseeing the rebuilding efforts of Barad Rill. He will be eager to see a friendly face.
That's gonna send me to the next camp, so let's finish these first. Fania.
How may I help you, friend?
This is... Disruption of Crebain. The workers are being pestered by the Crebain. Defeat the Crebain and ravens around past rest. Should things continue as they are, we will never complete our task here. Oh crap. They're gonna be everywhere, aren't they? Sandy shipwreck. Okay. That completed that.
These are troublesome times indeed.
How may I help you, friend?
Next quest is lumber disarray. The workers are constantly pestered by the local fauna, which means a lot of our supplies are sometimes left scattered about. The war has left us wanting for able-bodied workers, especially ones with stronger convictions, whether it be the destruction of an adorable creature or fear of a larger predator. Our workers just drop their quarry and run off into the horizon. We make do, I suppose. Could you find any of the scattered lumber left by my distracted workers and place the pieces in the pile next to me? I guess. Whoever the writer for this series was definitely had a sense of humor. They've had me laughing several times already. Where's that last one? Oh, back here.
Gondor needs your aid.
Beware the servants of the enemy.
This next one is called Make Use of Nature's Gift. Make of Annen. Recently the lumber supply from Ethring has ceased. This has put a strain on our supplies for the rebuilding of Barad Rill, but nature provides. The rivers that run from Ringlow Vale may have salvageable driftwood. Could you see if you can find anything worth keeping? Sure. We will collect some driftwood. Okay, we got all the ones at the top one. Let's go to the next one. gotten all the driftwood.
Beware the servants of the enemy.
Okay, fine. Now we can do Harion's.
Garvir is taken to overseeing the rebuilding efforts of Barad Rill. He will be eager to see a friendly face.
This is going to be return to Barad Rill. Let's just do the south there. I should have the stable.
Welcome to King's Gondor, friend.
I'm going to use a coin.
The long night has ended and the sun rises upon a peaceful kingdom.
Well, look who we have here. I'm glad to see you well. I received word from Harion at Path Rest that you had been lending us your aid once again. Now that the war is over, I have been meaning to return here to see that the lighthouse be rebuilt. It was vital in our efforts to rout Corsairs on approach. Dolgimil is no more.
Right, next one is Barad Rill runs dark. Now that the war is over, I have been meaning to return here to see the lighthouse be rebuilt. It was vital in our efforts to rout Corsairs on approach. Dolgimil is no more. We must reclaim this beacon once more so that it may once again serve the Bay of Balfalas, but work has halted. The workers are frightened. Rumors abound of unsightly apparitions in the ruins of Gaerlond to the northeast. They dare not resume their work until that place is cleansed. Would you aid me once more, Miloa? Okay, gotta go kill some dark waters and cleanse some mountains. Oh, our friend is back. Currently I'm singing to some dirt. It's an elvish thing. What is not an elvish thing is the scholar thing. I'm gonna click on this artifact. I forgot the words. That was funny. Okay. Gotta turn in.
Now that things have settled down at Gaerlond, there is no doubt the workers will return and resume the effort.
Thank you for aiding me. I received word from Harion that he needs your help. You should return to Perth Rest and see what he has to say. Okay, we will finish that one, turning that one in, once I wrap up the side quests here. So we're gonna go do this one.
Gondor needs your aid.
I will be taking a 5-minute break, and then I will be picking up here with the side quests. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. We are going to be carrying on with this quest. Grab. Okay. The crabs bother the workers and get in the way of our efforts to rebuild people's homes across Dor and Ernal. While we can waste away swinging sword and spear at these creatures endlessly, we need a deterrent and perhaps a way to potentially harvest them, but at least my new traps should be able to keep them at bay. Set up traps. Right, let's ride to the next location to set up these traps for the crab grabs. Okay, that's it. Oh, I'm not spending 5 coin. If it was 1 coin, that would be different.
Gondor needs your aid.
Gondor needs your aid.
Next one, the folly of the frightened. What a mess. Ever since the workers were scared off by the hauntings in Gaerlond, their tools have been left scattered about. This has put a severe strain on our work schedule. Could you perhaps take an account of the workers' tools left abandoned in Barad Rill? Should the workers return, we will need all the tools we can get. Hopefully none are lost. it be on the other side? No. Oh, there's the last one.
These are troublesome times indeed.
Gondor needs your aid.
This quest is Stalking to Gaerlond. Well met, Milova. I knew we'd meet again. I tracked a band of orcs from Tumladin. The trail has led me here. Inside Gaerlond, a lone orc has taken up shelter. They most likely plan to flee to Ringlow Vale. The dark borders haunting Gaerlond act as a natural barrier between them and those who would pursue. Lure him out using the spell. This orc is particularly fond of it. An orc that likes a bell? Definitely grabbing these chests again. Burn Nulk's armor.
Gondor needs your aid.
Well, I'm gonna go take those nodes. Oh, can't get up there. Never mind. And I died? Huh? That was weird. Anyways, I had to go up here to talk to Harrion anyways. That seems like a bug. So let's just finish up this quest. Barad Rill runs dark.
It seems we cannot be rid of you that easily. I need your aid here again. It is good to see the lighthouse be a guiding light for Gondor once more.
Okay, the quest is lumber from Ethring. I take it things are back to normal at Barad Rill. It is good to see the lighthouse be a guiding light for Gondor once more. As I was saying, supplies to this camp from the lumber mills in Ringel Vale have stopped. We have not yet heard word of why. The lumber is vital to our efforts here. Many of my people have not yet returned, and I fear the worst. Perhaps you could shed some light in this dark hour. Oh, and I get an Umbar tracery for that. Where am I going? I'm going to Ethring, which to me feels so far away from what I'm having to do here in Linher. So, because it's even a different map. So, even though I just picked up that quest, I think we're gonna go finish up chapter 2 Caebar. Or, no, let's carry on to Ethring. I can always circle back.
Welcome to King's Gondor, friend.
And yes, I am using a coin. Because I'm not gonna hoof it all the way up to Ethring. Just not happening.
You must be from Path Rest looking for the lumber.
Look, I know nothing, but I would look for Dravron. As Lord of the Vale, he should be able to help you with your inquiry.
Another has come looking for their lumber, I presume.
Wait, is that you, Miloa?
My friend, I have not set eyes upon you since our time together at Minas Tirith. I feared you dead, but I'm glad to have been proven wrong.
Okay, the problem with the lumber camp. My friend, I have not set eyes upon you since our time together in Minas Tirith. I feared you dead, but I'm glad to have proven wrong. I returned home safe some weeks ago, and have been dealing with a frustration ever since. I don't know if you are aware that the Ringel Vale produces much of the timber used in Gondor, yet I arrived home only to find that the nearby lumber camp has been laying idle. I tried to speak to the owner of the camp, a surly man named Dravron, but he's only offered middling excuses. I could step in as acting Lord of the Vale, but I am loath to wield my power so heavy-handedly, at least not yet. Say, you're a fine conversationalist. Perhaps he would be more open with you than he would me. Find the camp up the hill northeast from Ethring. See if he'll tell you why he's dragging his feet up there.
These are troublesome times indeed.
Dravron wishes to know why lumber has not been leaving this camp. It is because it's not profitable enough for me to send any. The longer I withhold the product of these forests, the more the price of it will increase. Only when it is guaranteed to make me wealthier than the Lord of the Vale himself will I begin to sell. What gives me the right? My family holds a claim to this land, per an agreement with the Lords of the Vale from generations ago. Dravron is welcome to revoke it, but without cause he will lose face. Go tell him that I will operate my lumber camp as I see fit.
He claims to own the land itself per an agreement with my forebears? I find this suspicious. I do not believe for a single moment that the lout's claim to that land is legitimate. But as disagreeable as he may be, I cannot discount it without proof.
Examining the records. I do not believe for a single moment that the lout's claim to the land is legitimate, but as disagreeable as he may be, I cannot discount it without proof. Let us go to the crossing hall where my family keeps the records of important goings on here in the Vale. We can evaluate his claim against what it contained within those ledgers. The book contains records of many transactions, none of it to do with land or property. This book appears to be a personal journal of one of Dravron's ancestors, but leave it unread. Best leave it unread. After poring over line after line of near indecipherable script, you discover that Dravron's claim is valid. It seems that Dravron must find a new course of action if he wishes to dislodge Dravron from the lumber camp.
Are you sure? Are you absolutely, completely, and irreproachably sure?
Of course, I do not mean to second guess.
I do not mean to second guess your abilities, but could you check again? No, wait, don't. I apologize. I simply struggle to comprehend how such a brazen, selfish man could have any legitimacy whatsoever.
This is an unfortunate turn of events, but we must not lose heart. Allow me to take a moment to clear my head. Meet me outside in Ethring later. Perhaps I will have thought of a new strategy by then.
Dravron must have dealings with the people here in Ethring. Perhaps they know something that we can use against him.
Dravron's secrets. Dravron must have dealings with the people here in Ethring. Perhaps they know something that we can use against him. Some of the lumber camps where laborers are in town. Perhaps they have information they can share about their boss. The tax collector might have insight into Dravron's finances that could be of help. You didn't see any horses at the lumber camp. Perhaps Dravron hires them from local stable master. Speak to him and see if he has anything to share about Dravron. Okay. I can go talk to those people. Tax records of the lumber camp?
Gondor needs your aid.
There are no tax records. They haven't done any business yet. They should get to it though. Gondor won't rebuild itself out of nothing.
Gondor has a king again.
These are troublesome times indeed.
I've had some dealings with the man, but not many. He's hired horses to carry lumber out of the Vale. How many times? Maybe once every other week, if that.
Gondor needs your aid.
The man's face turns grim when you mention Dravron. That man is an absolute good for nothing. All me and the fellas want to do is good. Honest work, but the boss has us sitting on our rear ends most days.
Dravron has sent out a few shipments of lumber, but the tax collector has no records of any sales.
Dravron paces as he considers the information you've brought him. Dravron has sent out a few shipments of lumber, but the tax collector has no records of any sales? Ha! We have him, Miloa. Come, let us confront him with this information. Confronting Dravron.
Armed with the knowledge that Dravron is cheating on his taxes, the Lord Devorin moves to confront the lumber camp's leader. He does not expect things to turn to violence, but in case they do, he has bid you to join him.
Once we acquire Dravron's ledger, we will be able to prove his misdoings. As acting Lord of the Vale, it is my right to demand it, so I do not anticipate any trouble. But if he should choose to make trouble, I hope you are prepared to fight. Are you ready to go? On our left and our right. Greetings, little lordling. Are you here to conduct business on behalf of your doddering old father? You will respect my father in my presence, Dravron. And the business I conduct is on behalf of all Gondor. The entire kingdom suffers. Many have lost their homes. Yet you sit on the lumber that could be used to rebuild those homes. Which is why my right, per the agreement your family made with mine generations ago. Indeed, I have verified your claim for myself. So I will not waste words appealing to your stone heart. But, as acting Lord of the Vale, it falls to me to enforce the laws of our land. And to that end, I would see your ledgers, Dravron. My ledgers? Yes, by law you must record any sales you make as well as receipts for any due taxes. Aha, of course, I will have them brought to you. By the end of the day. And give you time to falsify your records? I will have them now, Dravron. It is my right to demand them. Why, you... Ha! Look at him sweat. Thought he had the perfect scheme going. But you got greedy, didn't you, Dravron? You cheat. Silence. You will regret that outburst. You work for me. Not for much longer by the looks of it. My patience wears thin. Grr. Men, escort the lordling off my land. He will see my books when they are ready, and not a moment sooner. And as for you, Dornoch, Nathiel, I will teach you the price of your insolence. I think not. Oh, will you now? You would threaten citizens of Gondor? As Lord of the Vale, I cannot stand idly by. You will surrender yourself. Enough. I am master of this land. I need no one's word but my own. Peace, my lord. I am Dornoch. I am something of a leader for the workers here. Not these brigands that Dravron brought in to mind us, but good folk who wish to do their part to see Gondor renewed. I commend you and your people for their bravery, Dornoch. Thank you all for your assistance. I think we will have much to discuss in the coming days. Maloa, I did not think I would be fighting alongside you so soon. As dire as our situation was during the war, I preferred crossing blades with vicious orcs than my own countrymen twisted by greed and delusions of grandeur. But there is no time to dwell on these things. We must summon the guard and the healers, and I must determine how to proceed with the operation of this lumber cap. Given Dravron's outrageous actions, I have all the justification I need to strip the land from his possession.
Dravron is in custody, as are the brigands in his employ. Hopefully this spells the end of this sordid affair. Dravron has been arrested, and the lumber camp has been handed over to the laborers.
Dravron has been arrested and the lumber camp has been handed over to the laborers. Hang on. Forgot to take the timestamp. Under new management. Dravron has been arrested and the lumber camp has been handed over to the laborers, who know best how to operate it. Now it falls to us to support them as best we can, so they can do what they do best for the benefit of all of Gondor. Go speak with Dornoch. He has taken charge of the lumber camp. I will be taking a quick 5-minute break. I will be right back. Alright, and we are back.
These are troublesome times indeed.
Greetings, friend. This camp has languished for too long, and there is much to do. Speak with others around the camp and see what they need. Okay. New hires.
When next you are at Ethring, ask around to see if anyone is interested in earning some coin.
New hires. Gondor is hungry for lumber. We will be unable to meet the needs of our neighbors if we do not hire more help. When next you are at Ethring, ask around to see if anyone is interested in earning some coin. Well, maybe this guy wants to be hired.
These are troublesome times indeed.
How may I help you, friend?
Gondor needs your aid. These are troublesome times indeed.
These are troublesome times indeed.
I'm about to hit level 142. Hopefully this next quest or two will tip me over.
Gondor needs your aid.
Yay! Ooh, a new tooltip. Legendary item reward track. No, okay, that's not new.
I would be grateful if you could discourage the wildlife from approaching us.
Wolves in the woods. In our absence, the local wolves have grown bold. I cannot have them harassing my crews while they work. I would be grateful if you could discourage the wildlife from approaching us. Okay.
How may I help you, friend?
Catch us more fish to eat, assuming the river favors you.
Not on an empty stomach. Ah, if it isn't Dravron's friend. Thank you for your help during that fight. Are you as good with a rod and reel as you are that weapon of yours? If so, go find Hallis at the river just north of here. She says the Ringlow is being generous today. Catch us more fish to eat, assuming the river favors you. Don't know if I do have a fishing rod. Great, there is no north of the lumber camp. Do I even have the fishing hobby? Hang on. Yes, I do. Okay.
Gondor needs your aid.
This is a hot spot to fish, because usually I suck at fishing.
Now, how should I cook them? Maybe I'll fry them with chips. On second thought, a stew will let me make the most of the fish.
These are troublesome times indeed.
Ethring herbs. Even in calmer times, logging in a dangerous activity. Fueled by the urgency of rebuilding Gondor, I fear the workers will push themselves harder than they should. and subject themselves to unnecessary risks. There are herbs in the woods. One helps with pain, the other with bleeding. I fear I will need plenty of both in the weeks to come. If you have time to spare, help me gather some. Herb gathering. Almost have all of the herbs collected.
How may I help you, friend?
These are troublesome times indeed.
Okay, now we're doing not all at once. We will need to fell many of the trees around the camp, but it wouldn't do to strip the forest bare. He hands you a map of the Wrinkle Vale with a small section of the nearby woods marked off. Explore this area and mark down the locations of any young trees you find. We'll leave them be until they're old enough. This tree is too young to fell.
How may I help you, friend?
And that should complete under new management.
Everyone tells me what a help you've been today. If you are headed to Lamadan, could you speak to a Cooper friend of mine, Rusquin?
Okay, this is gonna send me off to the next area. To Calembel. I've sent word to some of our neighbors that we are resuming production. If you're headed to Lamadan, could you speak to a copper friend of mine, Rusquin? She would be happy to learn that we are back in business. Okay, when there's one side quest that I still need to do in this area before we go on to Calembel.
How have I been? Since the war ended, many of our fighting men have returned home. The luckiest have adjusted to the peace, others have brought the war home with them. Lyrand and I are doing our best to help.
Ellendoth's Rest. Welcome back to the Vale, my friend. I must thank you for looking after Dravron at Minas Tirith and beyond. The tales he tells of those battles still the rhythm of my heart. It does me good to know a hero such as yourself was there on the field with him. But speaking of family, my father Barhador would love to see you. Now that it's no longer overrun with spiders, he spends much of his time at the beacon of Ellendoth. You can find him there. How have I been? Since the war ended, many of our fighting men have returned home. The luckiest have adjusted to the peace. Others have brought the war home with them. Lyrand and I are doing our best to help. It is difficult work, distressing at times, but better than dealing with the dead again. Oh, okay, let's go right to this beacon.
Gondor needs your aid.
I do not remember much these days, but I remember you, Boromir says by way of greeting. His voice trembles and he has given up on stilling the tremor in his hands, but his spirit is brighter than you've seen before. Have you seen my sons? I'm very proud of them. I was afraid that when Dravron came home, he and Arviathor would quarrel over the lordship of the Vale, but it is as if that thought never crossed their minds. It does me good to see them working so hard for the people we are charged to protect. Oh, and Laren too. Of course. She reminds me of my Halwyn sometimes. Yes, with her cleverness and fortitude, I'm glad my Arviathor has found a remarkable partner in her. If only Dravron would settle down with someone. Are you wed? Or forgive me, I do tend to ramble. A symptom of my age, no doubt. The awareness of his eyes flickers and he falls silent. He looks through you as for a long moment until some spark brings him back to the present. I remember that the last time you were here, the sky was so very angry. Now look at it. Look upon the beauty of the Vale in kinder light. Look upon Ethring as it was meant to see. Find a good place at the southern Ringle Vale. Find a good Ethring. No, I don't want to look at Borahor. Ethring is this way. This is very annoying. Not knowing where I'm supposed to go. Oh, okay. So the Ethring one is at 73.2, 51.2 west. Ethring looks peaceful, nestled in the heart of the Vale. Okay. Since that one was close to the beacon, let's assume this one's gonna be close to the beacon as well. Might be here where Othist is. Yep. This is a good place to which to look to southern Ringo Vale. The south side is at 73.6 south and 51.2 west.
How may I help you, friend?
It's beautiful, isn't it? I do not have much time left. Oh, do not give me that look. I lived a long and kind life. I have loved and been loved. I have the privilege of passing in a time of peace. That is more than most can claim. If fate were to indulge me, this view would be the last thing I see before I go. Now Campbell, all the way over here. I think to wrap up the night, I am gonna go back to Caebar. That's right, back to Lynn here. Because this is either a complete sidetrack or I've skipped ahead.
The shadow of war is now behind us, and Gondor rejoices.
Let's go to Barad Rill, and then from there I should be able to get to Lynher.
A king has come again to Gondor.
I can't get to Lynher. We're just gonna ride up the coast. It's not that far.
You took care of everything on the list? You're good at this, aren't you?
The king asked me to direct everyone through Dor in Ernal and into the Wrinkled Vale, where he and Queen Arwen will join us. I don't know why he chose me for this task. Do you think he knows that I was born in Ethring? I might have mentioned it to you once we were nearby, but surely you would not remember a thing like that. The grand lighthouse of Barad Rill is on our way, and I would not mind stopping to see it before we continue on to Ethring. I visited it when I was just a boy and found it most impressive. I heard a disturbing rumor that the lighthouse sustained some damage during the war, but perhaps that talk was exaggerated? I hope so, at any rate. Okay. It is as I thought.
Greetings, friend.
Can't go to Barad Rill. Because Lindhair separates the two sides. Caebar stars at the ruin of Barad Rill with great sadness.
It is much worse than I expected.
What manner of devilry did the Corsairs of Umbar harness to knock down such a structure as the Grand Lighthouse? But more than that, how could they bring themselves to do it? I did not bring much of my artwork with me when I left from Minas Tirith to join the service of the city as a scribe, but I did bring one piece, a sketch I made of the lighthouse when I was just a boy. Here, you can see it if you like. I love that they're now doing like images like this. This is a new mechanism they're using for the storytelling. I like it. It's definitely like only cut down to there.
Ah, thank you. The sketch is painful now, but I will keep it close.
As a reminder of what the enemies of Gondor will not hesitate to take from us. It lifts my spirit to see the construction effort, but I wish it were not necessary. As we make our way north through Doran and Ernil to my hometown of Ethring, let us face whatever foes we encounter with courage and strength for the King of Gondor. Defeat enemies. Is a turtle considered an enemy? go to Ethring.
The long night has ended, and the sun rises upon a peaceful kingdom.
A villager of Ethring glares at you and Caebar with distrust.
So, you're back, Caebar. Now that Ethring doesn't need you. Your mother will weep to hear it.
And who's the stranger? You are an elf, or I'm a goblin.
Caebar left us to make his own way in the world.
Thank you, everyone. I had a wonderful evening. It's been 4.5 hours since I started, but it's just been like so engrossed in getting it done. I will try and stream sometime this weekend again. I hope y'all enjoyed it, and have a wonderful evening. Be well, my